Why, hello there. Ooh, there we go. Let's get everything double checked here. That seems all right. And you, are you happy? Maybe. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And you. You're good too. All right, perfect. So, we need to finish our tests. Got a couple of them to get wrapped up, and then we'll figure out what we're going to jump into next. But yeah, okay, so there's a couple other things I wanted to tweak and adjust here just a little bit. I want the character notifications helper here. That became too much. Okay. I want to do this like more like 250. I think we're going to cut that in half and the timeouts as well before we go and add more stuff here, just because it's going to add, like, it's not a ton of time, but I don't think there's a lot of value in waiting for a full half second to make sure there's nothing more coming in. Either it's going to happen right away or not. I didn't actually change you, did I? There we go. There we go. I should just have done this. It wouldn't be 5, that'd be 10. Ooh. Not the whole thing. Okay. You... Where are you? There you are. Movie invisible exit. Oh, because we added the entry. That's right, we gotta fix that up too. I probably want to do that in a different branch though. This one's gonna get a durable to do. By which I mean it's gonna not get resolved in this branch. It's just a term I made up literally just now. Because I don't want to forget that I need to come back around to this one, and when we make the DCs actually a thing, we need to fix it up. Replace the cache DC check system. Need to update this test. It provides dubious value currently. All right. So let's add the verification really quick here to these guys. And we can probably just borrow this here, because that's all going to be the same for all three of these. So we set it up before we do the move. And I didn't grab all of it, actually. I need to grab that too. There we go. Once again, before the move, because the move is going to trigger the messages to the character. And you place, add, move. Here we go. We'll just get you ready for when you are more useful in the future. Okay. So, now we've got that in place. We do the move. We're going to need to grab messages out of there. I should have grabbed a simpler one here. Hang on. Look only is fine. So we're still going to need to check the errors. The expected result isn't going to be a look result, but I'm going to borrow all of this, and we'll just massage it into something a little bit more appropriate. So we move. This is going to be the waiter error. We won't have two characters here. Oops. So I won't need that. Or that. Or that. This just becomes a fatal here. I should have grabbed a different one, but that's fine. Okay, so we get our errors. This is going to be a... So when we move, we send a room data, right? No, we send a move event. Move notification. There it is. There's the word. The source of which we're expecting to be our character. Which is not that. It is test char. Specifically a pointer to him. But that's already a pointer because we used our new character helper. Cool. So we're actually going to expect... We need to add some testing here too. Crap. Do I want to do them all in the same one or not? I don't think I do. This one's only going to focus on this character getting notified, I think. This is going to be the leave results. Which I called... Move type. Character exit. Right? Yes. Okay. The message is going to be... we have our tile. When we connect you, when we make a test map... We don't give it any messages? Is that true? enter exit and description. Well, I don't like that at all. We'll do that. The exit, though. Okay. Because we can't use the Go templates across platforms, which they're involved here. They're probably going to come out eventually. The original plan was to use them because we were using Go on both the editor and the map, or the server. So we'll have to find another solution for that. But for now, we're going to leave it, and we're just going to do strings here. So the exit message is when you exit via this guy. Do this, and this will be oh, I don't have... Okay. Hang on. Just so that you don't yell at me. Which you already are for some reason. Oh, right. Okay, yeah. We're gonna do... Because we've needed this to happen a couple times now. Which is a sign that I'm probably going to want to continue to have it. So we have a vector 2. And we have a direction from vector. Those both exist. Hey, web designer, how's it going? Cardinal from vector. These guys live in the same package. So let's do a... Let's do a direction 2 on 2 points. Or let's call it cardinal 2 because we've called them cardinals in here. Destination being another point. Returns a cardinal. But I don't type return there. There we go. And this can actually just use our other stuff. It's just convenience to make it easier to consume. So we're going to call vector 2 and to cardinal from vector to make getting a string direction less verbose. Okay, so we get a vec that'll be vector p dot vector 2 destination. Right, cool. And then you don't return errors or anything or invalids. That's fine. Cardinal 2 might... Cardinal from vector. It could return an invalid. That's fine though, because the consumer can handle that. So we just need to do that like so. Okay? Easy peasy. And then, not tile test, but game map test. Here we can do... so we connect north tile to this tile. So it'll be... location, not direction, cardinal to north tile location, I think. And then the enter will be kind of similar. But we gotta flip it. But we could actually do this instead of like inverting it math-wise or something, I think. I think that works. And now we just need to build that for the rest of these guys. And it's actually going to be the same except inverted. This will go here and be, I think, because we connect you to the north, so leaves to the north, enters from the north, and then that's wrong. From the north tile, if you enter from the south, I gotta change these messages around because they're so confusing every time. Because I might have flipped those around. So if you're using that one, you leave to the north. That is true. And then we flip it around, enters from the south. That should be correct. And then if you're going down, you enter from the north and you leave to the north. Wait. Oh, because I'm backwards. So you leave to the south. So north tile to that. Look, that's true. Enters from the. This is backwards still. So if you're up here and somebody comes in, they enter from the south. They leave to the south. But I've flipped my... Okay, hang on. If we're up north and somebody comes in from this tile, because we're making this connection, we're south of this tile. Enters from the north tile. This should be north tile to this tile's location. And then, hey, Close, how's it going? Um, this should be the same direction. These should both be the same. This should be this to the north, I think. We're going to have a great big replace this sort of party because it's so hard to think about every single time. And then from the side of the north, yeah, it's south both times. Okay. We're going with that. Final answer. So the same thing is going to be true of... I want to do this in the correct order. These guys, just with a different set of strings, right? This is northwest tile. This is northwest tile. And this is the flipped case. So I should actually just copy this. It'll be easier. Because then I can just do northwest like so. Okay. And then we do south. Where did we do... We do north-south, northwest. That should be northwest and southeast. Where did I do... Oh, east and west are going to be in the same one. Is that true? I don't think that's true. I think we missed east. Okay, so we'll add him in a minute. Because we've got north. We've got northwest that way. Because that's the y-axis, so... If the y is greater than 0 and x is greater than 0, we went that way. The x is greater than 0, so this way means we went west. So we need to do if x is less than 0. And then do... Yeah. So we're missing east and... Missing east, northeast, right? Yeah. East, northeast, and southeast? Yes. Okay, that's fine. We'll fix it here in a minute. This is why we built an editor, because thinking about coordinates is difficult. Okay, so this tile, we're connecting to the west, so we can just do west tile here. And then I should do this. And do Okay, then southwest. And they can all have the same string. I'm not terribly... Well, I might want to fix that too, come to think of it. Ooh. Because if they all have the same, it's harder to catch if they're jumbled in a test, right? Which is the whole purpose of doing all this. So that we have a testable... Oops, I need to not kill all of the words. Just those two lines. Southwest to this tile to southwest. Perfect. Okay. So we could do... Let's do this. And then this can be the same. Except for I put in an extra comma. That ain't gonna help, huh? And then you are... actually flipped around to be this. Hey, Sad, how's it going? You just woke up. It is kind of early, huh? I was gonna say, what are you sleeping so late for? But then I realized I do stream early these days. Okay. That. Why are you... It's because that got deleted along the way somewhere? Yep. No, wait, no. What is unhappy about this? Just gonna close paren. Oh, yeah. Because my connect needed to be closed. What's going on here? What am I missing? I'm missing that too, right? Oh, no. This is all... No, that is missing. There we go. 3 p.m. I always make learning till the night. I'm a night person. I don't know why. Also, do you use naked returns or you think it's bad? I tend to like them because it's explicit about when you're returning, if I understand the correction or the question correctly. You're talking about like at the end of a method where you don't return anything at all, but you just have the word return, right? Yeah, here we go. Yeah. So I think that they're explicit and I like them. Yeah, go fumped. Not go fumped. Go please. will complain about them by default. I think I've turned them off in GoLand, I think. That particular analyzer. It sort of just depends, right? I like the explicitness myself, but you know, one could argue that it should be removed. I don't consider them bad or the absence necessarily bad. It's really just a preference thing. Same with multiple. Like here we go. Let me grab a scratch file here. In Go, you can do let's call it printer, and you can take arg, right? Which is a string, and then let's just do that like so, and use the correct words, and we can call printer with hello world, right? Or let's just call hello. So we can run this, and that's all happy, and we get our hello. In Go, you can do this way, where you say, okay, I have another argument, it's also a string. And we'll just do another print, and that'll be our world, right? Okay, cool. This will work just fine. We get our hello world. You can actually omit all instances of your type declaration or specification here if they're all the same. So if these are two strings, you can do that. If this was an int, then you couldn't, right? This is valid, but I don't prefer it. And that's purely a matter of personal taste, where I value the explicitness of this over the conciseness of the other way, right? Either way is fine. If your team has stronger opinions on it, then follow what they do, sort of thing, you know? I like this way just because it's easier to me to sight read, to say, okay, great, I got two strings coming in. And if I looked at 1,000,001, you know, lines of code like this, then it would become easy too. It's just purely personal preference. No harm either way. All right, so we're going to grab this fella here. We're going to replace that with this. Like so. I'm going to preemptively do that, which actually isn't going to save me any time at all, but that's fine. That, and then I can replace this all. That. And I'm just going to grab. This made more sense. This goes to west tile. This is flipped, so it sucks. So we're just going to copy this. This guy, we're going to drop into here. You're going to be southwest. I should have done it this way. That would have been easier. Oh well. I learned on the last one, as usual. And then this is southwest. Okay, perfect. Thanks, yeah, absolutely. And then we're going to add our missing one that we should have added before. So if x is less than 0, this should be east. Ooh, I don't want to do that refactor because it'll rename everything. I'm just going to have to do it this way. So if we go -1 on the X, no, this is wrong. X -1 is west. Hang on. Place tile in grid. These aren't the coordinates of the tile. Okay, I need to stop and read this first before I go messing everything up. This is where we are in the array. Okay, that's why we did this. Because when you place him in the array, you don't actually know where you are, really. You have an index. If y is greater than 0, that means we're not on the edge. So we can connect to the north. So what we actually want to do here. So if y is greater than 0, we know we have room up and down to do this connection. If it's not, then we don't try to connect above us, right? Okay, that makes sense. If x is greater than 0, we know that we're not on the edge. So what we actually want is to do this. And then this is if y is less than, and we got to be careful here. This should be length of tile grid at x, right? Oh, but they don't exist yet. They don't exist yet when we do this. We are going through and we're placing them, and instead of going through twice, we're placing them and connecting them. Okay. That's why I did that. This is actually fine because when we go down below this row that we just connected, we're going to connect up to it. Okay. So I think I am actually fine. They do get connected eventually. Because I only connect to the west, not the east. The east hasn't been placed yet. So I put down a tile. I need to work through this in my brain meats. With the help of a note or a whiteboard. Stop. I don't know why you've been reset. Is it because I reset the canvas? I don't know. Go away. There we go. Okay. So we have our array, and we place a tile. And then, because this is the beginning, we can't do anything. So we go here. Now x is greater than 0, so we connect to the west. And this is a bidirectional connection, that's why there's 2 sets in there. We can't connect to the east. There's nobody here, right? But then when we go and place him, then we can establish our connection. And throughout all of this, y is still 0. But then we get down here, x is still 0, or is again 0, but we connect these guys. Then we come here, we connect these, and that, in both cases. And we also do southwest when we're here. Oh, no, we don't do northeast. We do this. This is the southwest case. This is the northwest case. So he doesn't exist yet, so he couldn't. And that's why we go northwest. Okay. Yeah. We're good. I need to leave myself a note, though, so that the next time I'm through here, I don't have to figure it all out again from the beginning. Because that is silly. And my connection is crap right now. There we go. Fix yourself. Sort yourself out. It's actually good that this is happening because I'm using the Starlink router, so they can't complain about my router anymore. Let me grab. Come on now. Show me your statistics. Statistics. There you are. We'll grab that, and I'll make sure that I actually cleaned out all of the other screenshots so that I don't send them duplicate stuff. Okay, there we go. Perfect. All right. The stream is fine. Well, I'm showing a ton of drop frames and losing connection on my side. And it shows up in the Starlink stuff too. So like my resolution probably dropped and there may have been like some buffering. Are you seeing that? Science requires that I know. Okay, but let me get back to this now that I've grabbed the screenshot. And here I'm going to throw myself a note that says we can only connect north and to the west because we have not yet placed tiles to the east / southeast or / south. Instead of looping twice, we build a bi-directional connection. We ever switch to Vim or New Vim, or you prefer GoLand? I prefer GoLand. I prefer my workflow that I've built, you know, in an IDE for many, many years. The thing that will eventually cause me to switch is if it becomes crap or if they stop letting me turn off all the AI stuff. Either way, that's what will eventually make the decision for me. But like I have everything set up that we could do this work. Over here, let's see, we're in the game map, which is still in here right now, and actually right there, and we can go down to where I was just writing this note, like so, and say, not that. We could say, so loop twice, you build a bi-directional connection to the tiles that we know exist. And that's all that we need for that note. So I could do that. Like, it's not a problem. Should have quit all there. Load the file system changes, because yeah, I did just move stuff underneath you. So I stand ready for that day. Normally spelled as one? Really? Okay. Sure, why not? Now I'm curious. Yeah, okay. I thought that was a hyphenated word. Learn something new every day. You... that. Get out of my way so I can see myself. So I know to fix things if they break. There we go. All right, so we've got a note. We've got a up change there to fill in the text so that we have more to compare against. I don't need that right now. Now we can go back to our expected data. So we moved from 0, 0 to the... Here's my move. East. Okay, so our message, we expect to have... Leave to the east or move to the east? Actually, it should just be to the east. Right? Hang on. Move. Make sure you're valid. Character leave tile. Remove occupant. Valid transit leave message. Okay, so. Oh, I've actually messed up this. Think. In a real config file for a map. We don't say leaves. We just say to the east. Okay, that's fine. We'll fix that. And then also enters from the should be just from the, because we build the text of what it happens to say you or somebody within the client. This is just saying, hey, there's a string here that describes what happened, the locomotion type, so to speak. Okay, so we expect to the east for our leave result. Okay. Then this guy's going to become results for one, but we also expect an int result to come to us right after it is still us, and this is a character enter type. The message is going to be from the west. Yes. Or at least we expect it to be. All right. Let's fix that up. This needs to be... That's fine. We expect you to have 2, actually. We'll fix this up really quick. That's still actually valid. Okay, hang on. You go there. Result 0. This needs to be... This should be the leave result. Expect that. Like so. And then... result type incorrect. We want to move notification. Okay. Peachy. Then we're going to add another block here, like so. And if the results are greater than 1, I almost messed that up too. This right here. Okay. That the same. This one is going to be enter results. Oop. And this is going to be expected enter result. We're going to specify which of these they're supposed to be there. All right. So if our length is greater than 0, then we can jump in here. We'll grab the first one. It's expected to be the leave result. Great, cool. We make sure that it looks like that. Otherwise, it's the wrong type. Then we say if you're greater than 1, this oh, I didn't close you correctly. That's what happened here. This should have been here. And then this, we say, that can just be an error. Test character results list. Not long enough. Oh, second element. There we go. Alright, so, and this needs to be results 1. We expect you to be a move notification, expected enter results. There. Enter result, that. Alright, I think that'll get us going for this test. But you're not going to compile because I put those other things in there I shouldn't have yet. Oh well. Because we do return an invalid exit error, don't we? But we also should be telling the character if there's no valid exit, text notification. So this one gets way easier to check. We still need to do this. We can copy you down. Just do test character there. We expect a text notification. There's no source, there's none of that. This is just there is no exit to the east. Okay, easy peasy. And then we just need to do our checking. And we do both of those. Because we do want to make sure that it's not greater than 1 here. Should only have 1 message come back. If it's greater than 0, result 0, we expect to get a text notification here. If not, we got some problems. We fixed that up there to output the correct thing. This needs to be that. Okay. Done with that one as long as it passes. We'll check that in just a second. This one is going to look like a successful move. So we're basically going to have the same exact block here. Because we're testing a system that doesn't really, it's not really in yet, but we already have the test. We can get it set up and ready for that day. All right, let's make sure these are passing really quick, and then we'll commit them if they are. And then we need to add tests to make sure that the other characters get notified when we move as well. Want to make sure our events are firing and stay firing. Why are you saying that you changed? Oh, because I saved and it moved things around. That's fine. My NeoVim stuff did a little bit of formatting for me. Okay, that's all right. Running, that's what I was trying to think about doing. I forgot to start the database, though, which is going to be a problem. If we hurry... Got it. Okay. Oh, that's right. We capitalized. I gotta look at that. This guy didn't get notified. And this guy, the same problem. Okay, so I gotta look at what happened there. The default, which we can actually just do either by running the editor and looking at those. Yeah, we can also just look at... That should be actually be encoded in the map. Yeah. Because we write it here. Here we built it programmatically. So it should be lowercase. That is the expected. And we got to figure that out. We've kind of gone back and forth with regards to our capitalization. Like in the output of the look, we capitalize it because it helps. We don't have any text formatting, but it helps to signify to the eye that it's a command or a thing that you could do, right? East, E, it sort of ties it together, at least in my mind. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but that's a problem for future me. For this, Cardinal 2. That's going to come from the cardinal from vector. I lied. That's going to come from the stringer. Where... This is the only place we're using it currently. We don't string that here. This got used much more heavily before in the editor. I'm gonna lowercase them here. Because we shouldn't be generating this kind of thing from code most of the time. It's mostly for using the enum and for outputting like logs and things where it won't matter. So I think this is safe. We'll find out here in a minute, though. Okay, so this is backwards. All right. Okay. So I did bugger this up. So let me open Excalidraw again. Just in case anything horrible comes up. Should have put that over there. That's all right. Okay, so we have our tiles. Right. Perfect. I should just, there we go. Do that. Because we built them backwards, but they are bidirectional. So when we are at 0, 0, which we are, and we're moving to the east, we should see these guys should see me going to the east. That's correct. They should see me arriving from the west. And the same be true for all... Oop. I don't like how it moves my tool. There's probably an option for that, but... In this case, they should see me arriving from the north, and this should say leaving to the south. Okay? So... when I'm in the north, right here, and my first string argument is my enter. So, connecting to the north from the north. That should be correct. The exit message is what's sent here. So this is the one that should be backwards. Okay. Now, when I am... Where'd you go? There you went. When I'm in the north... Wait. Connecting you to the north. This is why this needs to be fixed up. So. Can I not easily... Whatever, it doesn't matter. Connecting you to the north. So this should be from the south. Or no, sorry. This should be to the north, and then... Yeah, from the south. So that's correct. And then when I connect north down here, it should be to the south, which is correct, but then from the north. So this is the one that gets flipped. Okay, so it's normal flipped and then flipped normal, basically. Normal, flipped, flipped. Normal. Okay. This is so confusing. Normal, flipped, flipped, normal. Normal, flipped. And then flipped. It's extra confusing because it's flipped from the perspective of this tile, but not the other. Okay. That, I think, will fix 2 of these. I hope. No, it didn't. Result count incorrect. What? We didn't change anything about the result count. Message to the east from the west. Oh yeah, quick look. We forgot about quick look. Okay, so we have fixed part of it. But we do get that free quick look. So we do expect this to be 3. And we're just going to say... test character results list not long enough. No, third element. Okay. And here are only testing, because we do look, right? Yeah. We're only testing that a quick look notification came through. We test the look. Well, because it runs through the same code. Did we forget to add a quick look test too? Oh, we did. Damn it. Okay. So we don't actually test that just yet. All right, that's fine. We're expecting a look result, look event type. I thought. Yeah, I didn't. Wow. I think we had mixed look types in here. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna get over it. Do it. It'll be kind of a double test, but I don't really care that much about those. They're not that terrible. Okay. But it's not 0, 0. It's actually going to be 1, 0, because that's where we moved to. Okay, and then we're just going to grab that, chuck it in here. Look result. I'm going to say we get a free quick look. Make sure it works. That's fine. Quick look results incorrect. Expected quick look. Expected quick look. Look result type incorrect. Wanted an or not look result. There we go. This is 2 also. Okay. That should fix this one, I hope. It does. Okay. So we'll need to add that also to our little friend here. Like so. And then we need to chuck in this, which will look very much the same because we looked or moved the same, right? 0, 0 to 1, 0. Oh, we connected you specifically with a different thing. That's a pain. Okay, we'll fix that here in a second, but add that. Which is interesting. Why aren't you complaining? Oh, because you hit that first. That's why. This goes to 3. This goes to 3. 0, 1, 2, 2. No third element. Okay, so this one should still fail, but it should be a bad message. doesn't, though. Disconnect. We reuse the connection if possible. We make that transit table like so. This should be overwriting. Why is it not overwriting? Oh, you know what? No? To the east from the west. That should have been updated. Enter template isn't empty. Ah, right here. In order to overwrite it, it would need to be set. Okay, that's fine. Enter, exit, and description. Which becomes the message, so that should have a different name, but that's okay for now. Oh, we do set it to a default, though. Forgot I did this. I should clean that up. It won't be in this one, but it's a thing we should revisit. For now, this is fine. It defaults, which happens to be the thing we're expecting. Which means those other ones actually probably were fine too. I totally forgot that I defaulted this in here. Which actually isn't a bad thing. Because if we were to ingest something that wasn't set, we don't want to panic on that. We need to show them something, right? So, like, that's actually okay. And we actually just fixed what would have been a bug in that, because this uses target direction invert, which is inverting a cardinal. So stringing that would have given us the capitalized version. So by almost half accident, we're okay. We'll call it flexible design and skill until somebody can prove otherwise. Just grab a quick peek at this to make sure. Oh, yeah. Take them another little screenshot there because I just had another little drop. Okay, so... just thinking about what I want to do about this. The template stuff should probably come out. It only gets run on setup, but we're not using it. Although, maybe there's a way that we could use it in the future. That would be kind of nice. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it alone. But I'm gonna throw myself a note in here. Leaving the enter-exit description strings empty will cause them to default. We will look for that default string instead of worrying about a bunch of testing variables. We're interested in the DC, not the transit strings. That way, future me will be more clued in. Okay, this guy, though, why do you timeout? We do need to fix that. And once we do that, we'll commit this. We'll add a quick look test, which is going to look an awful lot like a duplicate of that, but with different events, which would be fine and dandy. But you listen to events. We try to move. We expect an error. Otherwise, we throw a test error. We wait. We get there. So, why? Why this? We notify invalid move notice. We have our test character. We listen to him. We add our waiter. Timeout, expect a result count. That's why. That should only be a 1. There we go. Excellent. That will be fine. Add checking for the correct notices to the movement tests. Okay. That can get committed and pushed. So, we also need, before I forget about it, I'm going to throw myself a note. Test observers of exited room get notified, and to do test observers in entered room get notified. And I'm going to break these apart just because otherwise our tests are going to get so damn big that they get harder to read. Let's do this though quick because it should be easy. This will be test quick look room only, right? And then you quick look event, no targets, look event. I'm going to rename you just because it'll be clearer in the future. We expect a look result. We expect room data, quick look event type. That should be fine. Did I do this in tile? Is that why? Like, I swear I did this. Because, like, there was a whole thing with the exits. Not tile test. Goofy. Notify occupants, remove occupant. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I tested the descriptions is what I did. Get room data, quick look. So we make sure that the quick look stuff all worked. Ugh, okay. But we didn't test that. It gets put into a message. This should be fine. This should be fine to add. And they both get the same. Yeah, we should be all right here. Okay. Quick look, room only, perfect. Done. Easy enough. Add commit. Add test for correct event sent on quick look. Push that. Done with that. Loves that. Okay, so moving via visible, test move, origin observers notified. And this is going to look similar in a lot of ways to this test, so I'm actually going to grab it. And then we'll massage it into shape. And then we'll be able to do the same thing, but for an observer, for the destination. Okay. That's fine. Do I use test ID for anything in these? I don't. It's fine. Character, new character. I'm going to shorten this just a tiny. Observer ID. He needs names, though. That's fine. That should have been Baz. There we go. All right. We place him there. And then we place our observer at 1, 0. Okay, perfect. Otherwise, if we have an error, placing observer char on test map. We'll spit out the error that we got. If so, it's fatal to us at this point. No point in testing if we can't see him exit. Instead of listening to test character... Oh, I gotta sneeze. He snuck up on me, but I got him. All right. This is going to be... We're just going to listen to the observer. We already tested the mover. The whole reason behind breaking this out is so that it stays cleaner. So we're going to omit the thing we just tested and only do him. But we won't have a look result. We're only going to have a leave result. So we'll get rid of those. All of the rest of that can stay the same. That's fine. This should be greater than 0 because there should actually only be 1. Or, sorry, no, greater than 1. Alright. Duplicate code fragment, cool. It's a test, it don't matter. This guy and this guy... Oop, hang on. Before I do that, leave results, yes. These two, go away. We just want to know that we got test character, it was a character exit, and he went to the east. It's what we care about in this one. Let's see if I did it right. No, okay. It's because I forgot to change this again. We expect 1 result. Okay, we got the wrong data. Oh no, I did put him at the wrong place. I put him at the destination. Okay. 0, 0 is where we start. Derp. There we go. And then we can duplicate that and say destination observers notified. Ditch those because we're doing them right. Meow. You do go at 1. This is a character enter, and this should be from the west. Okay, perfect. Okay, I messed up something. I typoed. But now we know the test works, so that's good, right? There we go. Perfect. All right. Not as painful as one might have feared. Let's go ahead, add that. Add tests for the observers. Let's say to make sure observers in or of move events are notified. Okay, that can get pushed up. Cool, love that. There was something else in tile that we needed to address here. And I want to double check this while I'm here. So I'm seeing some shaky connection happen, on my side at least. There we go. All right. So notify occupants, remove occupant. Remove occupant doesn't need to be tested. It doesn't return errors. It doesn't notify anybody, I don't think. Like, it's tested indirectly as part of the other things, basically. You look at tile, not in map. Yeah, it returns an error if there's nobody there. But we test that pretty thoroughly by the recovery and the moving and all that. So I'm okay with that. And notify occupants, actually, we just did that. We're done with that. Like, as part of the other stuff. I'm okay with that. And here we test that observers see you too, right? No, we don't. This only tests that, okay, that it builds correctly, which is good. Look, character in room. We test here, though, that you get, yeah. They see the look results. All right, I think, because that also is going to test notification. I think we pretty thoroughly exercise that, which is super okay with me. So I think we're just going to take a second. We're going to say git add move to do's. These are tested pretty well via higher level tests that consume them. Just a little note for me if I happen to be digging through the history. Happens sometimes. I think we've done it once or twice on stream so far. Okay. We should be at the point where everything passes still. Not 12, just one. Thank you much. Oop, we got a... Ooh. Our exit test. Okay. It's a good thing I ran that. So that's what we broke as part of this. We wanted this, we got that. Did we use by chance? Oh, you know, I should have broken this out into a separate commit too, but that's okay. Let's put the capitalization back. Because... Oop. So here's what I'm thinking. I suspect that this is There's no way to get references there. I suspect it's mostly used in building test strings. And this is much easier to lowercase when we need to than, so like, let's test build exit verbose in playing game state, right? It's much easier in Go to lowercase a thing when you want to than to title case it. Title casing, I remember running into weird issues where like their title caser is really naive. So you'd have to build your own if you really wanted to, and I don't want to do that just for this. But let's double check my thinking. Client handler, playing game state, test rather, not the whole thing. These just don't they exist because they shouldn't. West exit, that's fine. It was playing game state test, or test build exit text verbose to exit, for example. To exit. Build it. Oh, we didn't even do that. We did that. Oh, so it does get used in here. Okay. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Okay. It doesn't get used just for internal stuff. It does get used for a thing that gets sent to a user. I'm gonna say we'll need to standardize this eventually. For our tests, though, which is the only place this lives, because we specify them in different strings and we have them defaulted to lowercase. I'm just going to say for this poipus in here, I can do this. It's going to be okay. Cap sensitive, replace that with isht. I should have done it this way. Oh no. All right, because we didn't. Okay. We'll have this. We didn't have any north and south as our test is the problem. To the west. Okay. From the east. To the east. Okay, I think we're done. Except for whatever I broke here. With my cavalier little naive find replace. Nah, I shouldn't have done that. Okay. I knew it was risky and I did it anyway. Find replace is be like that. They're very naive. And very often they will do things that are silly. Ooh, that one might actually be to the direction. Which is a cardinal, so it will be oh no! All right. There we go. Okay. From the west, that's correct now. To the east, that's correct now. From the west to the east, that's correct now. Okay. Alright, let's run this again. Everybody should be passing now. We do. Fantastic. Loves that. Alright. Now I just need to commit. Revert capitalization change in direction, cardinal direction, I guess, yeah. Stringer. This string is sometimes sent to the end or to the user. Easier to lowercase it when appropriate than to title case it where not. Alright. That's where we're gonna go with that. Our next thing that we gotta do is go through and double check our to-dos. Evaluate if this is long enough. Well, it's not even used anymore. We'll leave it for now. Can I pop you out? Kind of. Alright, client. This is not my to-do. Wait. You know, this is a Flutter to-do. We're not messing around in client or editor today. This does not seem like the correct search. Let's run. To-do. There. No editor. Server, please. Do a cleaner shutdown here. We should do that. That's still a to-do. This is still going to be a to-do. That's fine. Character. Skill check sending for map. This goes away because we don't need to send that anymore. Need to have a map ID. Okay, that's a multi-map problem. that's for further state problems in the future. That we need to do when we have them. Suck less when we refactor at the individual status manager. Okay, yeah, that's a future me problem. Provision for adding additional states here. Currently, we only have the one. Okay, yeah. Worry about that when we add them. Skill check stuff doesn't belong in character manager anymore. We're going to call it on the character. That's all still to do. That's all still to do. Have the name in here or not. That's a future me problem. Dynamically load the possible skills and attributes you will need to handle characters that don't have the new skill. Okay, yeah, that's a future me. For when the individual status miners come out, we do that. We don't write to the database yet for a status update. Should we save the tags in the database? Do we want to remove the name as tags? I'll let future me worry about that. What's your run to fix characters with missing skills? Okay, that's a future me. Also future me. Also future me. Also future me. Change something in Reback if ever had the character information was saved to the DB. Change something in readback. Test unload character. But unload doesn't save to the database yet, right? Unload. Or stow. Oh, because we renamed it to stow. This, okay. We do this. Remove old to-dos. That way we have that. Because this needs to be test stow character. Yeah, that's fine. I don't care. When that is implemented, or let's be more explicit, when saving state on stow is implemented. Okay. And then fix test name clarify to do for future me. There we go. That can be there. And then we can continue on here. All right. And then dead. Yeah, we haven't done anything with the dead state yet. We do need to get to that eventually. Sure, we pull a character list when the account logs in or creates character sets always populated. I'll worry about that later. We haven't changed anything really with that. Life will be easier if we return the created character ID here. The client can ignore if they want. I don't know if that's still true. We'll leave him alone. Move ID to account struct and replace this with one of those that only specifies ID. We'll leave that alone for now. It's in protocol. We haven't messed with that. Just events. That's the one we decided we don't want to deal with right now. That's for future me. That's for future me. This ensures that lines end with a new line. I don't know if we still need it. That's going to be a thing that the client has some say in, so we're going to leave it. Oops. Get notified of ourselves entering. We need to not do that. Oh, this should be already fixed. Character exit, you move. Yeah. Yeah. This to done. Set this true for things that deal damage by D. Okay, yeah. Actually, this is already done. We have a warning around it that says, hey, you probably want this to block log out if you're ticking and stuff. Execution type, private. Give it a getter. Nobody should be modifying that anywhere, but here we did that. Already handled. That's definitely a future me problem. That's a future me problem. Future me problem. Future me problem. Just notes in there because right now my database is just plain text for the passwords because it's only test data. Message type. Consider this name still makes sense in protocol. Not a concern for this. This message types proliferate. Status updates versus actual text responses. Yeah, that's a future me problem for sure. Test protocol return messages and stuff. I think actually we'll leave that for future me to examine. It might be done by other, testing higher level things. Do we still need to do this in a world manager? I don't think so. Yeah. Because the game manager calls us and says you got stuff to do. So let's do this really quick just to keep things trying to be halfway organized. We're gonna move to dones and old to-dos that no longer apply. And then we can come in here. Manager, look action, see, yeah, that's a still to do for sure. That's going away. Don't need that. That's going to break main because main is expecting that to be a thing. There we go. All squared away there. That's going to warrant another test run to make sure we don't have things missing, and we do. Main test. Okay, main test needs to get squared away. That's why I did a thing before this. You don't exist anymore. We still use you for something else, though, I'm sure, right? Yeah. Game manager still needs a broker. Okay. I need to double check this really quick. Done. Okay, cool. Run that one more time. Good. So we changed main test, and world manager. Move unused message broker from world manager. Tidy that up, right? Meow. Love that. Oogie. System for look action. Yep. Okay. Yep. That's for when we do multi-maps. Path of the module for better debugging. No. This is just an output. Which map sends to? Okay, that's a future multi-map thing. That's when we set, yeah, it's when we do saving a map's state for shutdown. Okay, almost done here. Want to tie in instances of an interrupt? Yes. Okay, so we're gonna end up having. Oh wait, no, this is for transits. Maybe on that. Tile biome specific. That's a future us. Matchiness of items. Future us. We don't have that. I don't know the answer to this. I don't think. This should just be within the single right of a string. We'll think about this in just 1 second. Let me make sure that this didn't break anything. It shouldn't. Cool. Remove. Oh, wait, hang on. Game map and world manager. Game map. Makes sense. World manager. What did I just change in here? In this? I removed the to-do. Okay, that's fine. It can go in there. It's not the end of the world. Unnecessary second right string. Put the quotes inside existing ones. Okay. Rethink this when we finish event factor, which is kind of where we are. This must already be saved in here for this to work at this stage, because we didn't have bidirectional comms with the character in question. Another event has to trigger adding a success here. Must already be saved in here. Yeah, this needs to go away. We need to just redo. Okay, so I gotta think about where I want to put this. This is gonna play into when we do our we do need to add the skill checking things. It's part of why we added them to the gym, but for now, this is where we're at. Okay. When we re-add the skill check machinery, actually I should preface this. The below comment is no longer true. When we read the skill check machinery, we should also fix this. Fix this code. It should work differently. Okay, that can be a to-do still. We replaced the cache DC check system. We'll update that. Okay. Build tile grid. That is a thing. And double check here. Add items. Yeah, that's a future. We don't have items yet. All right. This one, though. So place grid in tile. Is only used here right now. But... Or place tile in grid, rather. It calls resize, which also only exists in the test. I see. And it's because we just start this guy up. We don't know. Well, we do know the size. Tile grid is the new tile set that we make. Should be able to use build tile grid. We can't use build tile grid because we generate the tiles, right? But we should be able to say, because we create you, and we're not worried about resizing just yet. Ooh, but that's a... No, we won't be worried about resizing in here at all. That's going to be an editor problem. This just has to parse the config file. They don't change. My camera's gone blurry. They won't change in the future here. Like, we might reload it, but we have machinery to rescue people. So I think we're okay to get rid of this stuff. If we had to rewrite it, it wouldn't be the end of the world. Or to go dig it up out of the history. Either way, wouldn't be the end of the world. This should just be able to say... Well, we already set that. Yeah. Okay. Tile grid at X, Y is this tile. Right? That should still work. Which would get rid of 2 helpers that only exist now in a test, and I don't believe are getting used. Let's test that theory, though. Not run. Go test. Because these are only... resize grid undefined. Okay, game map test has something still. We don't resize the grid anymore. Go away. We don't do you. That was for when we were looking at editors in Go. Let's do that again. Okay, perfect. Love that for me. I shouldn't have done that. Remove the new tile, or place tile in grid helper. No longer resize tiles in the map, or the Go map, Go slash, let's just server map code. No longer resize tiles in the server map code. We only load them from file. Config should create a large enough map to place things in. If we have a bad config manager should be catching that and updating things. And then that was the end of our to-dos there. So we're going to merge this, I think. We've run our tests. I think everything is good. Oh, we should, throw a race test at it. We shouldn't have picked up any, I don't think, but let's make sure. That'll take a second. And while it does, I'm going to use the restroom really quick and grab a beverage. I'll be right back while this runs. There we go. All right. So no races. Good. Excellent. Let me untangle my headset. There we go. The old monitor cable sometimes likes to get wrapped around the audio cable. Okay. So I think we're ready to merge this. It's a huge PR, but get you. Did I not have you open? I just got the project. Okay. Do 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 do. You. Okie dokie. You. I don't even need to do that. I can do this. Great yield PR. So we lost like 300 lines. That's good. Not that lines of code are a good metric for anything really, but you know, it's smaller. Delete you because we're done with that. All right, mergified. Let's put you down here. So I'm about to need you again, but right meow. Check out main get pull get branch D refactor event system. Beautiful. Okay. Get all set up here. We'll let Goland reload all the files. There we go. This can go. I'm done with that for now. And then let's go maintain our project board here real quick. Refactor, done. Server map, can we pull game map package? Yes, done. Testing the tile test for building room data events like the ones we sent? Done. That's a bug in the editor. We'll have to fix you eventually. Same with that. But I don't really feel like working on the editor right now. Let's see here. That's just a thing I need to account for. That's a future me problem. That's a maybe me future thing. Map finish portals. That's because that's going to happen in editor. It's in shared because it will be in editor and in server. Let's see here. Different maps. Multi-map is a big thing, but I want to fix a couple other things first, I think. I think these go in like this order now. Although, okay, so remove by refactor. Game manager can queue an event at the end of the tick. Because this has been really, really gutted, implementing it here first will be easier to help us build something better. And we got to think about order of operations here. But yeah, I want to tackle this first because that'll help us build the system, and then we'll add it into the map in replacement for the other crap that was in there that we already took out. Because it's going to be problematic if we don't. So we got to think about a couple different cases here really quick. And we're going to draw it. Come to me, X, gotta draw. We have planning to do. So, in the course of a game, we have a couple things. I wish to support the notion of rooms being able to apply status effects. Right now they don't, and that's fine. But if a room is on fire, it should give you burning or something, right? That's interesting and very, very common boilerplate game stuff. They know who their occupants are. They should be able to apply things. We've got our game manager. We've got our character and character manager and all that other stuff. And we've got our world manager that has the map in him, right? This guy's going to send out a signal that says, hey, do your ticks. Do your ticks. At some point, as it's working through the list of events. Right. So the events are getting processed in order. So if there's two characters and they both are fighting, whoever attacks first is going to get that damage resolved first. If this guy dies, this will get handled by his state machine that says, yeah, I just can't do that, boss. Sorry. It's not an error. I handle it differently, right? Okay. So, if this attack applies a condition, let's say, to a character, and if this condition ticks reliably, let's say, on, every second, that's going to get applied in here, so his condition gets added. If then, in this frame that we're processing, because that's what this really is, this is a frame, this is the actions in the frame. The application, and we're assuming he's still alive. If he dies as part of the attack or whatever, then the dead thing just says, I can't apply conditions. It's not an error. I've just handled it. It's done. He is alive. We apply it. And then at the end, we say, cool, run your ticks, right? Then it's going to run that. We don't need it to run immediately, though. We need it to wait for that time to be correct. But that's fine, because if we say, this is when the next tick is due, then when it gets to that, it says, hey, is it time? Oh, cool, I'm going to apply the tick. And I'm thinking about, like, cases of, like, lag and stuff, too, here. Well, it's not going to matter. It's going to happen on the server, because it's server-based. So that's fine. Because the manager, well, not the manager, the character, which actually it might have to go through the manager. The manager knows who's logged in. For now. Manager is slowly losing reasons to live in this ecosystem, though. it might just get subsumed into Game Manager. We'll have to see. I don't know. I'm not sure on that yet. Either way, if we tell Character Manager, cool, your characters need to run their ticks, it can fan that out to them. Can just call it on them, right? That's fine. For now. The application of the thing is fine because it has that timestamp. So I think all of this handles it just perfectly fine. We could run it at the end of the frame. So let's say he's got 1 HP left. He's already got a status effect that's going to tick and kill him. I don't know that it matters where we run this at. Well, I guess that's not true. If we run it at the top, the start of the frame, then he might just die before he gets to attack, and that might matter. But we're like 60 frames a second too, so it probably won't. I don't know that it's going to matter. Okay, so let's look at it from like a performance standpoint. Because doing less things better, right? If we run them at the end, then there's a chance that whatever happened in that frame already took care of them. I don't think that matters, though. I'm going to put it at the end, I think. Now, the other thing to consider is where does this guy jump in here? Because as part of its run tick, it's going to possibly apply things. And I think it wants to go after. Because otherwise, the likelihood that we want to do... Well, hang on. It depends on if it wants to apply effects or apply damages or something like that, right? What if it wants to not do a condition? What if it wants to apply a status? Well, what if it doesn't want to apply a status, but wants to like directly damage them? I don't know the answer, but I think, and it's not the end of the world to move this later. This should be easy to move later as we have this broken out into a function, right? I just thinking from the sake of, you know, giving it a second of thought. I think I still want to do it after we process the things. I think that still makes a little bit more sense. because then if we've added things here, the likelihood of them needing to be immediately ticked is very, very, very low, I think. We can always move it. But here we do all of our paperwork. We get more added for later, right? That's what I'm thinking about now. And I might be exactly wrong, but that's what we're going to go with. So we're going to do this. Then we'll do this, and we'll add it on at the end of that. I have been briefly disconnected. Excellent. Let me grab that really quick while it comes back. I don't fully understand the architecture, but it could be like could it be like a damage hierarchy or structure that just lets the most important thing happen? So no, not really. We can talk about it just 1 second. Let me grab this because we just had that lovely dropout. And I want to send that to them and be like, hey guys, so I'm talking about kind of sucks. Okay. Let me just jot down this as well. Okay, so single pass the runs wall triggered by game manager to queue them at the, or not to queue them, at the end of a frame / tick. And then here, this adds all on tick. Wait, hang on. Queue an event handler for the end of the tick. Place a map miner room by refactor with a handler that game manager can run. Yeah. Run at the end of a frame / tick after character ticks. And then we can talk about the architecture. There we go. Okay, so grab you. And we'll clear out some of this. Because this is actually the architecture in a nutshell. Oop. Too many deletes. There we go. You and you. Alright, so this guy is what happens in a tick or a frame on the server, right? In the same sense of like a frame in a video game sense. A frame of things happening, you know, be that a draw frame or a processing frame. So you got, let's say, 2 characters here. So we can actually clean this up just a little bit further. So these guys are both characters, let's say. And they're in a room and they're fighting. And this could be, you know, a player and an NPC, 2 players, whatever, doesn't really matter. Because we have our event system, when they want to do something, they need to say, hey, and they put it on the message bus, and they say, hey, game manager, I'm attacking this guy, right? So it is going to queue the attack event into here. It says, cool, that happens when I process it, right? This guy is saying, hey, I'm attacking too, right? Goes into the frame. So when the time has come, and we're aiming for 60 frames a second, so this guy has a sleep that keeps it at that. The game manager will go through this list, right? And it says, okay, cool. This character is attacking something. This character, let's say. I'm going to resolve that event. So I'm going to have to call world manager. Hey, these guys in the same place? Cool. And we'll have to figure out how that looks. Maybe it actually is going to delegate this event. That's probably the way it's going to happen. Either way, that's all going to get resolved. Damage is going to get applied to this guy over here, right? So I'm going to hurt you right there. This guy then updates his state essentially, right? Is he still alive? That's going to be important. Because this event here is going to get processed. It's going to come over here. And then the world manager is going to have to say, okay, are you alive? Yes. Okay. Are you in the same room? Do whatever else we got to do, right? And then it's going to send out, or just call, deal damage to you, and say, hey, you got attacked. And this, where exactly we do the bits and pieces there, I'm not 100% sure on yet. Refactoring the event system to make it more sane is part of why we did stuff like, you know, break these things out into different things, because we can't have the circular imports. But either way, whether it actually happens in here, or because let's say this guy actually, instead of being second, let's say he goes in here first, and what he actually does, like this, he actually moves. So same thing's going to happen. It's going to go, all right, this guy moved, goes into here. He says, cool, I'm going to move you into the square that you said, because it's a valid move, all that good stuff we just did, right? And this guy is trying to attack him. And then this gets into the map and it says, well, you can't attack that. He's not here. And so we need to notify him of that. He's going to see the move event because it got broadcast as part of this event being processed, right? So there's not really a hierarchy that lets important things happen. It's just, it's the order of events that need to get processed, and they have to be able to handle themselves more or less. So going back to the first example, if this guy dies, then I come in here and I say, is that a valid target? Cool. Do your attack thing. I'm going to call that over here maybe. The dead state machine should come in and say, well, I can't attack because I'm dead, and I need to tell the user, you can't attack, you're dead, type of thing, right? In this case, we'll have to refine the order of operations a little bit, because you might as also just have moved the character's, you know, attachment someplace to like a ghost character or something type of deal. And we got to figure out how we want to do that kind of thing. But like right now, the world is moving the characters and notifying them, but World Manager is going to have a lot to say about who can do what and who needs to call what. So we may call like character attack in here and pass it both, or pass it its target, if it's a valid target, that kind of thing. Character world entity, put event on the bus, manager talks to world manager, magic TBD, update the guy that up the event on the bus. No, we got rid of, that's part of the big refactor, is that we call things directly on character now. Like our move stuff, right? We call notify and stuff on him, so that notification gets immediately handled by this character in his state machine. There's not really magic TBD in that regard. That's how we just set it up. But it ties into having the state machine in place, right? Yeah. But World Manager is sort of acting as the arbiter of... Like, that's why I was thinking about naming this Orchestrator instead. Because World Manager is kind of taking over a lot of its jobs, and this is just becoming a scheduler, more or less. I just haven't committed to that rename just yet, because I'm still a little up in the air on some stuff, but this guy is in the moment deciding what the current state of the game is and whether or not those things are valid at a certain level. So he might actually not even say, are you alive or not? I don't know how I want to do that just yet. But he's going to have a lot of a lot of things to say about it, essentially. And then these guys need to handle, like, so if it says, yeah, you're in the room, and let's say we don't have it check your alive state here, or over here rather, it's going to say, yeah, you're in the room and you can attack that guy, so I'm going to call attack on you because you requested that. And then this guy's dead. And then the dead state machine should return and say, I'm not going to send I'm not going to call deal damage to you or call attack or whatever, because I can't do that because the dead state machine has taken over. And instead I'm going to send back to my attached client, hey, you can't attack when you're dead. So I have to figure that out a little bit. But getting rid of the mess that was having multiple events going back and forth is why we just did that huge refactor, because they got really hard to manage and to understand, because before they were going through, and this is like my hazy recollection of it, right? Before they were going onto the event bus still, they went in here, they got called here, this issued events back to character manager, I think, who then packaged them up and sent other events to the characters that were online as appropriate. And that became a mess. I knew it wasn't great when I wrote it. I didn't have any other ideas. So I did it, and I regretted it immediately when I came back to it, because it was really hard to understand what was going on immediately. Which is why we've replaced it with this, which is still a little bit complicated, but, like, it's better. And I don't know a better answer yet. So we're going to go with it until such time as it makes sense to change, if ever. That's like, you know, being a developer, you know that everything is hard, right? Like, harder than you think. But writing game stuff, you gain a new appreciation. Games are really hard. Really hard. In different ways, but really hard. But fun. Super fun to write. I'm glad I picked a mud. Well, in ways, I'm glad I picked a mud to do the first multiplayer game I've written of any complexity. But yeah. Because normally, an engine, that, you know, off-the-shelf engine handles this for you. You just do whatever, you know, on tick. And we may end up there. I don't know. But also, this has given me a lot of insight into the way those engines work. Because, you know, you do a tutorial, which I've done a ton of, over many, many years, on just playing around with game engines. They're like, you know, this is how you get this thing to happen. And they just call, like, on tick or whatever. And you're like, but what? I don't know what that really means at a deep level, you know? I know what a tick is. I know what on tick is. Kind of. But... And then also you get an appreciation for things like, you know, why do they have delta time, right? Because ticks are variable. You could have, you know, 60 ticks this second and 48 the next second because there's a ton more work done. Super interesting. Anyway, though, let's go ahead and create us a branch, and we're gonna call you handle character ticks. Tick, yeah. Handle tick. That's fine. Finding that to be the case for sure. Super fascinating, though. Much harder to learn than anything I've done writing cred ops. Yeah. I mean, you get some of these sort of things in a cred app too. You know, you deal with data races and stuff when you get to enough things happening in the environment. But like, they're just sort of part and parcel of game, like unavoidably so. Okay. This should be more. Make this specific to tile biome. Not yet implemented. We might want biomes because, you know, again, like a template for is this room on fire? You know, if we could just apply a biome, that would be good. Anywho, that's a future me problem. We'll just clarify that note now that I'm thinking about it again. And let's tidy up our workspace here. We got too many things open. We're gonna just get down to main and go from there. Alright. Character is where we're going to have stuff happening, and also in Game Manager. So the interface lives in Game Manager. And I'm thinking because the list is of event handlers that we probably need to put that into the interface. That's what I'm thinking. So the other thing not that. I'm also thinking like because of having World Manager eating so much functionality, like that is also kind of like a red flag. That control is moving places. And you got to think about whether or not that makes real good sense. Now, it makes good sense for the moving, right? Because map should be responsible for moving things around. And if you think of like a world manager should be responsible for events happening in the world. But if we end up putting like the attacking stuff into World Manager, like, does that really make sense? That really seems like something Game Manager should be resolving. So it would just need to call Game Map or World Manager and say, hey, are these dudes in the same spot? And get an answer. And then issue its own decisions, right? So we'll have to think about that too. Hey, Terrace, how's it going? But yeah, so that's a future me question for sure. And it would kind of have to be a question of these guys. The Game Manager knows about these guys. But we put them behind an interface, and I'm trying to figure out, or trying to remember rather, if that's a hangover from the old architecture, or if we still have anything about this that would need to know about a game manager. Because we might be able to just directly act and just directly call map manager and say, hey, I need you to tell me if they're in the same spot or not. But yeah, future me. I just stumbled upon Solod, a Go subset which directly translates to readable C11. In a way you can compile Go with Zig. Weird. Didn't CGO basically do that? Or am I misremembering? I never messed with it, I just heard of it. Or was it the other way around? Now I'm questioning my own thoughts. Anyway, for now, we're going to say that anything that handles a queue, or it's an action handler, right? Or an event handler. We're just going to tie it into this for now. Because then I can just put an event in that just says do tick. That's what I think. So event type can just be... Let's put you at the very top. Or, yeah, do tick. Do tick is fine. And then... like so. That way we don't have to do anything. Don't have to add functions. We can just run through everything. And then in Game Manager, when we do this, we decided to do it at the end, right? CGO is Go to C interop. So subset of Go translation to readable C11. Right. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, so... order of operations. That's what I was doing. Okay, so when we run our action queue here, let's, before we run it, actually, do I have add event, right? I could just use that. Yeah. Add event. And this is just do tick. Ooh. That would be... then we don't have control over... we don't have control over order of operations there. Which might not matter, really, at the end of the day. Do I care or not? So for Solod, bad name. So no, I got it. Yeah. Like right now, they're just gonna drop them, but that's okay. If I was to add something else here, I should really just open not the test, but the actual file here. That's actually World Manager that gets it. If I added a handle tick, let's game this out to the interface and then called it, I would have the same problem. I have my list of handlers. Defer that, that's fine. We call handle event with the action. Which does... Oh, this only allows one handler right now. That's right. So we'd have to expand that out to broadcast, which is fine. In fact, the reason I only allow one handler is actually exactly this reason. But I have the world manager and I have the care manager. Care, char, character, all the same. So maybe we don't do that. We don't put it in there. But we do that. And then we do that. It wouldn't be world manager though. We're doing character first. So we could do that. And maybe that's fine. Maybe that's exactly what I'll do. Until we discover that that's not sufficient for some reason. You're in character. That's why I can't find you. Character manager. Because we have you. Because we have to have these two core things for sure. And right now we don't really have any way to add anything else. We can keep our dynamic handler registration because that makes it really easy to add events that we handle. But I think this is distinct from the event system in how we want to handle it. Because we want it to be deterministic as to the order, I think. Otherwise, I think you could wind up with stuff that's like hard to really understand when things are going to happen. Because it'd be... And to reason about the debug, right? Because it wouldn't be deterministic. It'd be whoever happened to register first. Which is going to accidentally happen currently in the same order, but in the future could be easy to change. I think we could hide bugs that way. So we're going to do this. That way we know for sure. We're in our action queue here. We run through it. We're going to call do ticks. Then we return. That'll unlock everything. Life is good. Except for... We actually want this to be in the defer. Because it could queue actions. That could be a side effect of it. We want to allow that to happen. But also, if there was an error here and it panicked, I guess if it panicked, we're kind of boned anyway. Well, either way, we need it in here because it needs to be able to queue things unless we run it first. Like, there's no problem putting this in here, but it feels like too many things in a defer to me. It seems kind of weird. But maybe we do call it first. We do the tick, whatever actions get added, we lock the queue and start processing them. Let's think about this again. So let's say it applies a thing, it's a stacking. Well, then we have to be careful about that. That's just either way. Yeah, I think it's probably fine. We'll find out. Let's give this a do tick. Put it like up here. Do tick. It doesn't take anything. It doesn't return anything. It's just going to handle itself. All right. So, in order to do this, in character, we need to be able to do this instead of having our thing. But we can rescue a lot of that stuff, I think. Yeah. Decrement and remove and all this other good stuff. Send event. Dispatch message. Reload configs. Stop listening. Listen. Skill score. That's going to come in for the other stuff. This goes away because that got moved into the state machine. Move needs to stay. Look has to stay because this is what dispatches the game events. Skill check. This should really be more like passes an ID though, which is fine. We have that. Yeah, that's still good. I think that's all fine. That's fine. Get name, yeah, okay. Look at apply damage, notify. Alright, cool. Clean that up a little bit. Our statuses, though, is this thing. So all of this is actually probably okay to reuse. We can probably get rid of... We have do tick on you, too. Was for a specific event. Okay. Or for, a specific effect, rather. Which we have a ton of different things on. Okay. And our status does have testing. So character, when we create you, which is in character manager? On unstow. New life state. Minder. This is gonna go away. Yeah. Okay. That goes away. All of this is gonna go away as a result. We need to take... That has to stay. That has to stay. That has to stay. This goes away. This goes away. We won't need our sync flag at all, I don't think, anymore. Nobody uses new. Nobody uses anything but the struct itself, which is used in here, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4. New flag, return flag. Yeah, okay. This whole thing should be able to go away. The rest of that can stay. When we do our unstow, for an internal character, that's all good. Did we tie... Oh, no, it's because manager is responsible for spawning you. Character login, unstow. Character spawn. Okay. And then on stow, we don't need to worry about shutting that down because it was all done. That becomes very much simpler. We still want to refactor that a little bit, I think, because that. Okay. I think this guy is still useful to us. I don't know that... we really need the mutex on it anymore. Applied status list. Tracks all the bits and pieces. Okay, so... mod map. Effect map. It's in our create. So we don't do anything. That's right. Character Manager uses this too. So they both have a list of things. So when we apply a status, for example, damageable has unapplied damage. That's why character has one. Get status effect. Yeah. So if we only have the ID, we're able to pull out. And we work on IDs because the game map only understands IDs, which is all it should need. It just says, hey, this effect, or not the effect, same concept, but for like skill stuff, right? But the same concept will be true for effects and stuff. Unless we put them into yet another package, this would probably be okay. We have to figure out how and where to wire that all up. Like, we could break it out. We'd be okay with that, I think, now. But anywho. Hey, thanks for the raid. Van Corno. I don't think we've met before. How was your stream? What were you up to? Alright, so... just found me. Awesome. Doing some Android dev. Awesome. What you building? I am building a MUD server, engine, that sort of thing. And right now, we're pulling apart the system I had for applying status effects and stuff to the character, because we want them to run more deterministically. They were kind of off in their own go routine doing stuff, but that's not great for orchestrating the flow of the game. So that's where we're at. Was remaking some libraries. Excellent. I hope it went well. Okay, so this channel stuff is going to go away. That's for sure. Wait. Notification wrapper. Oh, no. Sorry, I'm in the wrong place. Could have went worse. Excellent, excellent. I moved back to character. I thought there was a channel and status for a second there. I was like, whoa. It needs to stay in the character for sure. Okay. Get status effect by name, so an effect map. So this is shared between character and character manager. Right now, character manager is the only person that uses this, basically. It helps us to resolve a name to an ID. So if we happen to have a name, we can get an ID out of it. Otherwise, we use the ID first. Except that should be... That's status effect. Oh, okay, no, we're checking. Status effects get status effect by ID. We're only applying one, is what we're checking here. We would check it by name and by ID. Why did I decide to do that when I have a struct here, though? Don't know much about the technologies you're using, but at least to see a familiar IDE interface, JetBrains stuff. Are you using it on Linux? I am. I am indeed. And it is indeed Goland, which is a JetBrains stuff for sure. And this is Go. The client and the editor are in Flutter. Server is Go. Oh, you know why? Because this adds it to... This adds it to my list of valid ones. I don't love that system. I've not had the best time with their IDEs on Arch plus Hyperland. I haven't tried it on Hyperland. I'm on Pop OS, which just switched to Cosmic. I believe Hyperland only runs Wayland. Cosmic only runs Wayland as well. And I do have some issues currently that they're being a pain in the ass about. Because it's not a supported DE. Well, get over yourselves. Most notably, like if I mouse over a thing, my quick docs go away. So I gotta control Q them right now. Deeply annoying. Anywho... Not the best IDs for tilers. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not in tiling mode in Cosmic. I'm just in floater. Just a floater. Okay, so we have this list, and I don't really remember why... I wanted this in here. It might have been related to our circular import problems and having a handler, but I think that predated the handler, and I can't remember if I had the concept already or not. So I gotta think about that a little bit. It would be nice. Okay, but then, okay, let's think about that. So I've loaded my things from the file. either the character has to be aware of the valid ones so that it can resolve them, or the manager does, right? That's why. Because how would you know what to apply unless you put the whole list in every character? And why do that if you have the character manager? That's why the character currently has a pointer to the manager. Hey, thanks for follow. I appreciate that. That's why we did that. I would love to get this out of here though in the future. But we gotta consider where this gets used before we make that decision. For the sake of breaking up the status stuff, though, we're going to leave it for just a second. We have a modifiable, so anything with an ID name and value can be modified. We have our list of applied statuses, which embeds an effect and has applied at and stat count. Cool. Because we have calculate, we have apply, we have remove, decrement, get applied. I think we just have to do is give this guy a function. Let's see, do we still want him to mutext? If everything has to run, well, there's no guarantee. So it'd be possible to accidentally introduce a race. There's no guarantee that if we manage to screw something up, we didn't send an asynchronous application over here. It's a slim chance because we default to synchronous actions if there's no action type specified, but still possible. So if we account for that here, it's probably no harm. And our do tick just does apply to image and then the last tick and checks that if it's appropriate to do it or not. Okay. Where did it used to live? It used to be a minder. Minder. I think is what I called it. Not mincer, minder. Apparently minder running. But oh, did I stow timeout? Run minder. Here we go. Okay. So we used to call do tick duration ms per frame sub time now. So I actually kind of want to bring some of this back, I think, into do tick. That's what I want to do here. So in my do tick, if it has a damage, that's cool, but let's also get rid of all of this stuff, all of that stuff. I don't need this anymore either. We don't need to double our this. I don't need to call do tick inside of do tick itself. Okay. That's tidier. So this should be the effect itself. So we can say, oh, this is, why did I call you damage? Oh, it's because you only take a target damageable. That seems silly. Oh, it's because I need to give it myself, basically. Okay, that's fine. And we do have a last tick. Okay, so if a damage duration is greater than 0, our start time, that's just now, is after applied method. That's not. So we need to know if this event, or this effect rather, is going to deal damage or not, for one. Which we should know. We have a damage per tick. So we check that. Damageable just has to have applied damage, though. We don't need that. Let me think this through a little bit more. So before, this guy just ran forever. Unless we interrupted it. Get applied status effects. Okay, no problem. We did the tick. Oh yeah, this doesn't matter because the calculation handles everything else. So, damageable. Only applies if the target is damageable. So, we call it on applied mod effect do tick. Call it on applied mod, which is an applied status. So we actually want this to be off of that instead. Right. We'll do tick on you. And then if the status duration is greater than 0. Because this is still true. 0 duration indicates it should be present until removed by something. So we only check for removal if its duration is greater than 0. If decrement status effect, we call that on the list though. Oh, you know what? It's because this guy has the mutex. That's why we were doing it this way. Which is fine. We can still call. We can like wrap this, right? In a thing that goes through the list and does a tick on them. That's okay. So if its duration is greater than 0, start time after. Oh, that was to be so that we didn't initially start with a tick. We don't have that information anymore. And it shouldn't matter. Because we've applied at. Which has an effect. As a last tick. Which we use here. What if I got rid of that? Tick time. Duration. If we were to store, well, applied at. Why did I wrap you? I wrapped you only for applied at and for stack count. Which seems kind of suboptimal here. So list of applied statuses. We use you here, applied at now, because we did apply. But I don't know that I love that idea. It'd be easier, I think, if we were to give it an expiration time instead of an applied at. And we also need to remember / re-understand our logic behind stacking. When a thing expires, do all stacks expire? Or do they decrement? I thought I did both. as options, but decrement status effect. Decrement this one. Okay. I want to rewrite a lot of this. I don't like it the way it in the current reality. It's not as good. Because we don't have to account as much for the other stuff. Like, we still need to resolve it to the effect in question, right? That's still true. But if we have the list, I see why I did it, right? I was locking the list because we had a mutex around here to guard it against race conditions. That makes sense still. Character manager and this duplicate here. Applied status list and effect map. Effect map. It's used here. Status effects. This needs to be something that could be used by multiple things. It's gotta be... We've already done the hard work of interfacing like a modifiable and a damageable. So, like, we get a ton of utility out of that already, right? Not having this become a mess with everybody having their own reference to a thing that resolves them is the thing I think that I was going for here. So, if it's usable by other things, well, it doesn't really need to be used by map. Map has IDs of things. Editor helps us figure that out. I would love to get the manager reference out of here and replace it. We have an effect. That's a thing. We're gonna clean this up. New mod map. That's gonna go away, but for now, we're gonna have an effect manager, right? I don't know what lives in you just yet. Probably the list. We don't need... I don't think we have a problem if we have basically just like a static method that resolves. Well, we might. Yeah, this is exactly the problem I ran into in the first place, which led to this construction, actually. Because when I load a character, it needs to be able to resolve these things. That's why I put it all in manager. I did it kind of in a way that ended up growing. But I don't know exactly how I want to fix it. I just know that I don't like it so much. If we give it a pointer, then I think we have issues with possible races. But if I was to initialize it at the start of the character manager's existence, I could give characters a copy of it. And they can say, hey, when I apply this, is it like I need to resolve this ID? And that would keep with our current pattern where we just need to expose in here a thing, right? And the state machine, like apply damage, the state machine gets to handle it. Do we put you in the state machine? Hey there, Mr. Mongoose. How's it going? Hey, Mr. Crescio. It's going all right. How about you? We're done with the event refactor, and we're on to pulling this async character status minder stuff apart a little bit to make it fit into a world where we want to control when these ticks run. And as I'm thinking about this, I might want to put a date time stamp on that tick as well when it gets triggered. That way I don't have to keep resolving it everywhere. But the Great Refactoring continues. Not really. The Great Refactoring is kind of done. That was the cleaning up of the event system to make it understandable again. This is more just we've changed the way we think about events because I didn't think about fairness and balance to begin with. Finally managed to build my project for 6502, so it's a progress. Excellent. Awesome. Congratulations. Progress is always a good thing. I don't think it belongs in State Machine. I think State Machine pulls it off a character and says, hey, tell me about this thing and then apply it. If that's valid, which for the status, for the state of alive is. That's fine and dandy. Oh, that's right. Do tick happens. Or no, I'm good. That's status, not state. What if I just gave you a map, too? What if I just let you have that? That gets big. We already know about character and manager, or world manager. Character manager lives in the same package. We can call over to it to check that this is valid before we feed it. Or I could just say, hey, look, this is my status config, put it in here, and pass it. So I'm trying to avoid passing it to everything in the world, which kind of just is a thing, you know? It happens as you break these things apart. Because, like, manager already has to have a message broker and a character manager and a world manager. So it would need another thing, and the character manager in its config, you'd have to put another thing, or in its arguments, either way. That's why refactoring is important. It makes you take a deeper look at your design and opens new avenues to solving problems. Absolutely. It also consumes a ton of time and like grinds your progress to a halt. But you know, that's just one of those things. if this system wasn't broken from this viewpoint of the game being broken, if I do continue this way, because like it doesn't allow us the control that I want over order of operations, right? If that wasn't true, I'd probably leave it. Like, it's kind of gross and ugly, but it's working. But I think this is fundamentally broken in the world where you have to run things on a coordinated schedule. So that's why I'm tackling it. And it's also going to happen. So Map kind of had a similar proto idea for managing like the cooldown. So like if you run into a room and you look around and you don't see anything, I don't want you to like keep looking over and over again until you see the thing. Like I want to make you spend some time, you know, type of thing. So it had that kind of an idea in it, but again, then you had to have another thing that would clean up those references and all that. I don't want that either. I want the game manager to say, look, all y'all do your ticks, take care of your stuff, instead of having this async crap. I guess the other thing we could do is put it in there and then inflate them basically to a full effect, which is probably the most sane. Good approach. Yeah, it makes more sense in a game world, you know? Like having a little minder that sits there and cleans up stuff, like that's fine in a world where you're not concerned with fairness. Like you want it to get done. You don't want races, but you want it to be a thing, you know? Like, fine. But in a game, We can't have people taking damage at rando times. It's not going to feel good. So just take that out for a second while I continue to figure out what I want to do, how I want to handle this. If we were to do, and map is like not the only thing that might conceivably want to have the knowledge of, well, I guess, yeah, status effects would be a thing because, again, rooms applying them. We're going to have the same problem, and we had the same problem before with our valid attributes and our valid skills as well. Now, I can't know about game manager from here. Otherwise, I would put it there. That would make more sense, right? The lack of the ability to do circular dependencies is adding some wrinkles to my otherwise pretty reasonable layout here. Yeah, I'm back. Been busy with my own programming projects and not on YouTube. Cool. At least it's worth it. Absolutely. Learning Java with lightweight Java game library to build some projects. Is it working yet? Is the mud working yet? Kind of. We're in the process of tearing apart other things now. Like we've fixed some things. We've broken others. But I think a manager for them really feels like the right answer, even though we got to worry about passing around stuff. So, okay, here's an idea, though. If we let world manager, or game manager, rather, have that reference. Except for you create, or you take arguments for the character and world managers. You don't create them, and maybe you should. Maybe that's part of why this is feeling a little bit disjointed. Like, we can keep our configs separate and parse them here as one config. Message Broker came out of World Manager. It's one less place it needs to be. I think it's come out of Character Manager. No, it hasn't because characters need it. So it's in there. And it's in Game Manager. But Game Manager already needs you. So that could get added. Logger lives in the server right now. That's fine. And that's also part of something I want to do is refactor that so that these guys get their own labels. So they're probably going to lose a logger if they have one. And maybe we can kind of just do that as it comes up here. Because my logging library doesn't really support the notion of like a hierarchical log. It didn't need to, and I still don't think it needs to. I could just create it in here. Because because it just writes to standard out and standard error with some formatting and a better API than Slog provides. Let's do it. Let's pull this out. Well, hang on. It's going to be a bit of work, so I want to make sure I really am happy with that idea. If I put you in here and I create the other things, let's see, where else do I use World Manager config? We get you set up, World Manager. You go in there and you don't ever really get we pass Game Manager to Client config because it needs to know who to talk to. That's fine. That's still a thing. And then we start a server. The other things could just live in there. We have a database config though. That needs to go into the individual little guys because that's the connection config. They all use the same deal because it should be pooled. Oh, but then I would lose my ability to, that's why I haven't done that yet. I would lose my ability to set debug at the root. I do need to write a better logging package at some point. Even if I don't get rid of that, I can still put it into the configs dynamically here. That's still fine. There wouldn't be a problem with that. And we can look at different logging options too later. Because it's going to be a big thing. Still lurking. I heard slog and better options. Struggling with that right now as well. When you say hierarchy, is it like log4j in Java? I haven't worked with log4j. Some loggers allow you to create, like slog allows you to create child loggers, right? And I don't know exactly the design around and behind it really. I just know that it exists so that you can like add, like you can create a child logger and add labels to it or something like that, like or you know, key value pairs that'll be persisted. I just hate Slog's API. It sucks. Like if I want to just spit out a single error message with a prefix text, I gotta like add the text, add error, add the error value. I hate it. And I know there are other loggers that exist. I just haven't gone and chased them down. It's a case of, like in this case, I just wrote my own logger package. It just JSON marshals them and writes it in JSON strings because it's easier to read that way. That's why whenever I run my stuff, you can see JSON looking output. But it's a case of either I do something like that and just make my own thing that's simple, if I can get away with simple, which usually I can, or I just suck it up and use slog, right? And either I have to like do a side quest to write a logger that I like, or go find one. And I think that a logger that I like is like, it's a big enough task in the sense of time spent getting it right that it's attractive to me to consider bringing in a dependency that would handle those things for me if it doesn't bring in a bunch of other crap I don't need. But that's one of those eternal struggles, you know. And then, like, I don't know, the other thing I could do is just, like, write a logger that I like and make it a library that I use in other things, too. Stuff. Good to know. It sounds like it's acceptable to go the custom route. I definitely never liked log4j, but it was just always there. Yeah, I mean, it's the same way with slog, right? And slog only really is just, like, slightly better than a printf, really. So, you know. I don't know. I'm kind of just like kicking that can down the road because I don't want to think about it right now. I want to think about whether or not I like the idea of letting the manager spawn, the game manager spawn these other guys, and let them, like, they can't reference game manager, but it could hand them a reference to its minders, or it's not minders, but status effects resolver, status effects config, whatever you want to call it. And the other thing is I want to try to support hot reloading. And we've got a lot of the machinery in place for that, so that you don't have to take the whole server down and restart it to fix a config file, right? So that kind of argues for a pointer that gets looked at every time. But then, am I creating bottlenecks? I don't think so, because that should only happen when that thing is processing its ticks, right? So it should be okay. It's just a, you know? But that seems like the sanest route to me. Okay, so let's do it. And in order to do that, let's see, what have we all changed? I changed that name. If I bring back... Well, yeah, I'm just going to chuck this. I don't think I need it. It should be simple enough to fix up. That's not being used. That's fine. You, I'm just going to chuck you for now. You, I'm going to chuck for now. So we'll clean up main by letting game manager worry about spawning these other fellas. Well, hang on. We give you what config? Not game manager. Client handler. Client handler gets game manager. Yeah. Okay, so we're fine. That should be perfectly fine. It already... keeps them private. Everything's private about it. You interact with it through its functions, through its methods that are exported. Yeah, you're going to become strong like bull. So, I'm going to throw myself some notes here. Put, or make game manager responsible for creating the character manager and world manager. We shouldn't need the message broker outside of them. Strong, yes. And that'll clean up main a lot too, which is good, right? And let it be more concerned with loading config for the main, for the whole server, getting them to the places it needs. Clean this up right here. Some of that'll, kind of be messier going into here, but that's fine. So game manager responsible for creating the character manager and world manager. Make the game manager responsible for, or I guess, move the status stuff to a top level internal module. Make the game manager responsible for creating it. To do. Pass the status manager, or rather a pointer, pass a pointer to the status manager to things that need it. It should be responsible for loading its own data via the config system already in place. Game manager probably does this right now. And allow for anyone with a reference to it to call or to get an event out or to resolve, I guess I should say, to resolve event or not events, effects, IDs and names. Do I want to do names? We're going to start with IDs. Resolve effect IDs to affect objects. And then we can think about if a list, well, yeah, think about if the list of effects that are applied make sense to live in that package, or if we should allow character to more closely manage that. Possibly mutex guard the whole character. Like we could do that as part of the handling tick, perhaps. I don't know. We'll have to think about that a little bit. But I think that'll be easier to work with. And getting this out of here will solve a lot of problems. Because then we don't have to worry so much. We can just give character when we apply an event. We don't have to give it an ID. We can resolve that ID, give it the event directly, say, congratulations, you have this. And character can say, great, I'm now bleeding. Thanks, I hate it. Okay. But that is going to be a task for tomorrow, because I've been going for almost 4.5 hours, and I stream for roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending on Monday. So thank you to everybody who came to hang out. It was good to see those of you who are returning friends, and good to meet those of you who are new friends. If you like this kind of nonsense, I'd love to see you again. Come on back by tomorrow around 10 a.m. Central Time. I'll be doing it again. And if not, you guys have yourselves a great week anyway. I will catch you some other time. Thanks again.